Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to this stream, everybody. Today we are continuing our journey in Stationeers, trying to not blow up this time. Uh, I have a few things that I've been trying to test out to make the stream a little bit cooler. So check this out. Let's see if it works. If I press this button, oh, immediately didn't work. Press this. Oh, I have to unminimize it. Let's see. There we go. Now let's try it. Hey, how's it going, the rogue bro? There we go. All right, so check this out. I really liked my Stationeers branded to-do list last time, but I couldn't really like check things off and add stuff to it. So this time we can do that now, and I have it as kind of like an overlay. If the contrast isn't great, I guess when I was testing this out, it was nighttime in game, so I can add a background to it. But for now, I'll just leave it. We'll get into the to-do list, and then if I want to get into any like MIPS stuff, I'll switch it over to this one. And I just kind of made myself a little color-coded thing so I can kind of plan out the logic before we get into it. And that way, when I'm thinking about things, I can visually represent it rather than just talking out loud and you know, whatever, sad trombone noise. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But let's go ahead and get into it. So
Hydration critical.
my hydration is critical. I played quite a bit after stream last time because, well, one, I wanted to, and two, it is difficult to play the beginning of this game on the brutal start when a lot of people are giving their opinions. I mean, it was great to have a lot of people trying to help out and give me good advice, but I got in this decision paralysis. So I decided to just kind of offline keep it going, and so I'll get you guys caught up on where we're at. Still pretty basic up here. I'm just now at the point where I'm trying to get into kind of the more late game kind of stuff. I did successfully do the 30 days. We're actually at day 32 right now, so I got the brutal start. What was that motion? I got the brutal start achievement, which is nice. But yeah, let's go looking around the base. Let me finish filling up my food bar, though. Potatoes. I do want to get more into like food processing and stuff like that moving forward, but I think one of the achievements is specifically you have to only eat potatoes for 30 days. So we're going to be doing that. I don't know if I should probably have checked this out. I don't know if the achievement is from the very beginning of when you land, you can only eat potatoes, or if it's just for a 30-day period of time, you can only eat potatoes. Because obviously at the beginning of the game, I was surviving off of cereal bars. But yeah, let's close this helmet, lock it up. So let's start first over here. You'll notice that I have pure oxygen in my air tank. That was something that we did not have last time. It's not a super sophisticated system. It literally pulls the oxygen. I bring oxide in here, and then it pulls the oxygen out and puts it in this fill tank, and that's it. So not crazy sophisticated, but we do what works. Let's go into our airlock here. Check our batteries before we go. Nah, we're good. I've upgraded all of my production machines to have their mods, so now we can do cooler stuff. Still haven't done much with the furnace because I don't really need to. Now I do. But you'll see in here I got Electrum, Invar, Constantin, and Solder, which are kind of like the mid-tier alloy. Not super difficult to make, but if I want to make like what is it? This one, haste alloy, or yeah, however you want to say that. Yeah, you're going to need the advanced furnace. It's got 3 ore types, and you got to be more precise with the pressure and the temperature. Not so much pressure, but with the temperature for sure. So that is going to be something that we'll be working towards. I have 2 batteries, and up here we have several solar panels. We'll probably continue expanding that out, but as it stands, my base isn't super power hungry yet. But I'm sure we will get there. And then in here, which I am pretty proud of, if you see, we use the tube. What's that mod called? I think it's actually just called tube. We use these nice curved things to make a greenhouse looking building. And I really like this airlock. Then we come in here, and I think, let's see. Actually, this one probably has it in there. There we go. So in here we have 96% CO2, a little bit of oxygen coming off of the potatoes, a little bit of nitrogen, and honestly, I'm not sure exactly how the pollutant got in here. I wonder if I was welding something or maybe, but either way. Let's throw that back in. Oh, you'll also notice I did upgrade some of my tools. I have a Mark II arc welder. I have a heavy mining drill, and then I also have the advanced tablet, mainly so I could have 2 cartridges in there instead of just the 1. I want to upgrade my other tools, but I ran out of supplies at the time I was doing that. And then in addition, I also have 2 mining backpacks, one for ore and the other one for ice. It doesn't have to be used that way, but that's just how I am currently using it. What else we got in here? It's me. I'm the pollutant. Nice. And then we have our plants in here, which say they're not growing great because of light efficiency. I think at one point I set off a flare outside, and they didn't like that. So I think they were upset. But other than that, I think that, is this one seeding? No, not yet. Growing poorly towards seeding. Yeah, I don't know. But either way, if you look at their breathing efficiency is pretty good. Temperature efficiency is great. Yeah, I think it was just the flare that I set off at one point. I threw it up in the air. I have a flare gun, and so when I was mining at night, I shot up a flare, and then it just made the potatoes upset. Those darn sad potatoes. 2 more things, I guess. Well, I don't know. But we have our water and ice crusher in here. This is specifically for water ice, and it goes into that. And then we also have a water bottle filler in the kind of hab right now. And then I made a circuit, just a very, very simple one, and I watched a tutorial on how to do it. Basically, all this does, and for the pros out there, you immediately know what it does, but for anybody that's unfamiliar, all it does is I have the pins. Let's see. So on these guys, this is not a tutorial, but I'm just going to go through it. On these guys, you have these pins that you can set to different things with the screwdriver. So right now, my first pin, which is 0, is set to my wall cooler, which is right there. My wall heater is pin 1, which is right there. And then the second pin is the gas sensor. And then over here, I had this dial. And this dial was strictly just for testing purposes. So that way I didn't have to wait around for the variable to reach whatever the temperature I was looking for. I could just do it with a dial, make sure that it was working, and then I could swap it in for the variable from the gas sensor. Anyway, going back over here. So all it does is I take from D0, which is the cooler, D1, the heater, and I'm just naming them. Dial was for testing purposes, not required for use. And then I made register 1 be my temperature read. So what this does is it looks at the temperature. So it do I really want to go through this? Yeah, let's go through it. Why not? I got time. It loads the from the temperature sensor, which is our D2. It loads the temperature sensor, and it looks for the logic from the temperature sensor that is temperature, and then it saves it to the temperature read register. The way that this does this is super funky and backwards and not how I understand programming most of the time. So it's like it loads the temperature sensor, looks for this variable in the temperature sensor, and then it writes it to this and stores it as a variable. But it's like super weird and backwards the way it works, at least for me. And then you set less than, and these are like the shorthand for these can be a little bit confusing. So you kind of got to go through right here and look through like, okay, what do all of these things mean? But it's set less than. So basically, and this is a temporary value. So basically it's like, look at the temperature read. If it is less than this, then store that value. And it's either a 0 or a 1. It's either is or it isn't. And then down here, it says set the heater on if the temperature is lower than 294, which is 21 degrees in Celsius, but that's in Kelvin because the sensor reads in Kelvin. And then down here, it's set greater than, same thing. If it's over 28 degrees Celsius or 301 in Kelvin, then it will turn the register 0 to true, and then it will turn the cooler on. And then it just jumps back to the start. And then this is an infinite loop, if that makes sense. I still am having a hard time fully wrapping my brain around like how the things interact with each other. If I wasn't watching a tutorial, I probably would have had a much more difficult time. Also, I did add a mod here, which is I added it in the description and a link to it, which is just this it's this MIPS IDE. And the reason I did it that way is because if I let's go down here and I do my temp sensor, right? If I type in here, let's just, so you see how it puts this up here, it like autofills. It doesn't actually let me like press enter or anything to autofill, but I am notoriously forgetful and also bad at spelling. So having that alone made it worth it. Plus you can also multi-line select and stuff like that. So it's just a quality of life. And I put that mod in the description as well. Anyway, so that is my very, very basic code. But now you'll see, well, it's nighttime, but you probably just barely heard it. It flicked on the cooler for like just a second, and then it flipped off again. And that's kind of just how it's been going for a while because it doesn't really cool down on its own. It heats up on its own when the sun comes out, but it doesn't really cool down on its own. So it just occasionally will flip on and off. Yeah. Man. Breathe, dude. So that's the greenhouse. At some point, I do need to make a system that will, I mean, we're not anywhere close to it now, but I do need to make a system where it will, when oxygen gets too high from the plants that are in there, that it will pull out the oxygen, put it in a tank, and then it will make sure that the carbon dioxide stays high enough for the plants to enjoy. I built a beacon so that way when I'm off mining, I don't get lost, or I can get lost but still find my way home. And then finally, if we come down here, this is where I'm going to be doing more stuff moving forward. And my thought right now is that I want to make this my workshop down here so I can bring those all of my printers and stuff like that down here, and I can have ore storage and other stuff like that. But what I also want to do is right here, I will continue building this way, and I want to have a garage because you can build rovers. And I would like to do that. I would like to be able to drive my rover in here. I don't know yet if I want to pressurize the garage or not. Probably not, because that's a lot to ask for, and you kind of have to have like hangar doors for the rovers. But I think it'd be cool to just be able to drive out on Mars and then have your hangar doors open, come in here. I mean, we all know what a garage is. I don't know why I'm explaining what a garage is to you. Yeah, anyway, kind of long-winded, but I wanted to get you guys caught up on what we were doing here. So let's pause here, and I will actually turn off my backpack light so that way we have the contrast that I want for doing this. And then let's put this, there we go, and let's do the whiteboard. Okay, so I wrote some stuff down when I was thinking about this earlier, as to what I want to kind of work on. And if you have other suggestions, let me know in the comments while I'm kind of thinking about it. But I think the one that I want to work on sooner rather than later is set up a refill for jetpack. I refilled it once using one of my atmospheric kits to filter nitrogen from the atmosphere into a tank, but there is not as much nitrogen in the atmosphere as other elements, and so that takes quite a bit longer. So rather than doing that, I'm going to instead build an ice crusher, set up a tank, and take the nitrice that I've actually mined already, a few of it, or a little bit of it, and then we'll put that into the tank instead to get nitrogen. Although, I guess hold on. Now, one thing I didn't think about when I was writing this down earlier is oxide as an ice has nitrogen as a additional part of it. So I'm wondering if nitrice also has some other element, and so I'm not going to get pure nitrogen. It's nitrice is NOS and nitrogen. Okay. So maybe what I need to do is use the ice, put it in an ice crusher, and then filter it. But that is interesting that it is NOS, because I think that's actually one of the achievements, is to use NOS in your welder, I think is one of the achievements. And I don't know how good of an idea that is or not, but, okay. So what we're saying is maybe rather than use nitrice, just set up the atmospheric kit, pull it out of the atmosphere, and just wait rather than trying to shortcut it. Yeah, I don't want to blow up. That happened last time. I would prefer not to. Okay. So then we will nix that idea and we'll just do atmospheric. I don't know how to atmo pole. Okay. Good to know. Honestly, I would just pressurize a tank with atmosphere and then filter that. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah. Oh, also, I don't think he's here right now, but last stream we had JP Mystic was talking about doing phase change as a way to filter out pollutant, and I because I wasn't super familiar with like how to properly like how to intentionally manage phase change. I've only ever had it happen like while I was doing other things. But now, when I was setting up the air conditioner, that I did end up having that happen where I pressurized a pipe and the pollutant that was in the pipe, because the pressure got to a certain point, ended up changing into a liquid, put a passive liquid drain, and it automatically pulled the pollutant out of the pipe. So I can understand now on the other side of it how that is a really solid way to probably do that. But at the time, I wasn't super well informed. All right, one of the other ones that I wanted to do, I want to set up the auto air filter, but it's just we do not have the plants that we like that generate enough oxygen for that to be something that we worry about. But you know what? Why wait until it's a problem? Let's fix it before it becomes a problem. And we can also get rid of the pollutant, the very minuscule amount of pollutant in the greenhouse. So a lot of atmospheric setup stuff today. I just some like little things here. I'd like to print more batteries, little ones that I can put in my tools. Well, large batteries, but the one not base batteries. Print more batteries and a large battery charger. I don't think that this underlines misspelled words, so just I want everyone to know now I am a terrible speller. So just, bear with me. And then I want to start taking steps towards getting an advanced furnace. Printing the advanced furnace is not the hard part. The getting temperature controlled input for the furnace is difficult. So oh, it does underline my misspelled words. Nice. Advanced furnace. Okay. I don't know how easy that is to read. This font kind of isn't great. Let's see if I can. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, it's a little bit better. But either way, That's what we're gonna be working on for the time being. As well as one last thing. Let's just do base, building, and storage. Because if my brain starts to hurt trying to do this kind of stuff, I can always just go back to let's print more lockers for the base. Okay, so that's what we're gonna start working on. But first, the refill for the jetpack. All right. You really are just pressurizing the input to improve the moles of gas you're filtering. Nuclear batteries. I don't know what you need for nuclear batteries. We can look it up though. Nuclear batteries. We need, yeah, so I don't have Inconel and Astraloy. I don't have either of those, which requires the advanced furnace. Yeah. And it requires a pretty what am I trying to say? Specific pressure. So I'm gonna need to have a somewhat automated pressure system to be able to keep it between those two. All right. Oh, and I think somebody actually, I think Colin said a hot shower is another thing that we should get. All right, yeah. I'll add that to the list. Because yes, my dude is upset. Hot shower. All right, that is on the list now. Let's keep it going. How is your power production? My power production is doing all right now. We're mainly just working with solar panels. We have the pretty basic solar tracking set up here. So everything is good. When a storm comes through, I have to use my crowbar and my hand drill to pick them all up and then replace them, so that way their damage goes away. I know that's probably a cheesy way to do it, but there's so many things in this game. Sometimes you gotta rely on the cheese. I don't know if anyone knew that, but let me show you. If you just take your crowbar, I'm sure we'll get a storm at some point, but if you just take your crowbar, you deconstruct it, and then you just place it back down, the damage that you get, you see how it says health 100, the damage brings it down. A storm will bring it down to 50, 56. If you just place it back down, you'll be fine. But rather than continuing to do that, you can just put glass around it, which is something that I should probably get into doing later. I know that in the future I want to do a full solar farm, and have it be a power plant, and then bring a line from the power plant and then have it split off into a bunch of different circuits. But we're not there yet. So that is my justification for not doing it right now. Already I forgot. That's why we have this. Refill jetpack. We need an atmospherics kit. And I also need to move some of the stuff because this isn't the best place for the output. Iron. Do we have iron in here? We do. All right, let's set this to 50. Put iron in there. Print that. Put the copper and stuff back in. I think this still has, yeah, that has good copper. So this one also has copper. Why is it that I can go to this one and look at its content, but I can't look at this one unless it's on? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, you're good on copper. Yeah, let's just put all this stuff back in here. Okay. I mean, if you were hyper vigilant, you could have an indoor jetpack that is filled with just air and an outdoor jetpack filled with all the bad stuff. That hyper vigilant is not the word I would use to describe myself. Okay, I'm trying to think where I'm gonna want to put this. I guess since we're kind of moving into this new zone down here, let's just bring it down here. So we're gonna want a active vent that's just gonna pull in atmosphere, or maybe I could do a powered vent to make it faster. I just don't want to blow up the pipe network. We'll see what the safety setting is on the powered vent. I'll have it down here, so that way I can put my tanks over here. Okay, we're gonna want a insulated tank. I'd say look into more base batteries when your new systems come online. Your storage probably will drain before the daylight comes. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I don't think that the one additional air conditioner, because this is off, that's off. It really, like, everything is kind of turns on and off as needed right now. But yes, you're right. Always a power problem. Let's do insulated tank. Need more steel. 8. There's 300 steel in here. There we go. If you could fart in this game, how long you think it would take to fill a 1x1 with gas? That is, honestly, I think about that every day, and really there's no way to know. It's so funny. I need NSS or the other space engineers survival back. My heart longs for them. Oh, well, I appreciate it. I'm in this weird spot with, like, I love Space Engineers so much. I wish, like, I wish that Space Engineers had systems more like Astroneer or Stormworks. The building in Space Engineers, I think, is the best of these types of games, which is what they're focused on. And I think that they do a phenomenal job with that. But sometimes I find myself having a hard time with, like, the suspension of disbelief, because, like, you kind of make one ship that can do everything. And I know that you can choose not to do that, and that's probably a better way to do it. But the systems aren't in depth enough to warrant, like, I don't know, like, there's not that many problems you have to solve, if that makes sense. I think they've recently added some additional ones that are pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, I've just been enjoying Stationeers and Stormworks and other stuff like that, and I want to get into SE2. And I've tried it out a little bit. I think it might be a little early access for me. Like once they get rotors and pistons and stuff like that in there, I think I'll have a better time with it. But I'll also say like, and this is coming from a place of love. Like I've have thousands of hours in Space Engineers. It's a like great stuff. I will say I think that SE2 has like, I don't know, it's like it has like input delay and other stuff like that that kind of makes it feel a little bit more clunky. The systems in it are really cool. I love the unified grid system and everything like that. And I know this isn't Stationeers, so I'll get off of it, but just kind of talking about Space Engineers. I love the unified grid system. I love all the stuff that they're doing with it. I think that the missions are cool that they're adding those in. I think that they can sometimes be a little bit far away. And so sometimes it can feel like you're just holding the W key, or, you know, you turn off your dampeners, but you're just kind of like flying for a really, really long time. But I think the general direction where SE2 is going is super awesome. I just think for me, it might need a little bit more time to cook. But yes, there will be more Space Engineer stuff in the future. I've just been enjoying this stuff for now. Get on my soapbox there. Hey TNT Craft. Feeling gassy. Listen, pal, I don't think that far. Oh, we're still talking about pressurizing a base with gas, fart gas. That's the stuff right there. All right, so food and water, we good. Let's check batteries. Might as well. Check this one. Swap that out. Close, lock, and cycle. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right. Yeah, you know what? You guys do your thing and let me know what we discover at the end. Okay. We built the tank. I don't think I need insulated pipes, but I actually am curious. So I want to check something. So an active vent, which is no, not active vent. What is it? Powered vent? Powered vent is the big brother of the active vent. And so that might be able to fill up our tank faster. The question is, does the powered vent have the same safety feature that the active vents do? So if we go over this active vent, you see right here, it says the external safety is set to 0, internal safety is set to 50, which the reason it's set to 50 by default is because the pressure at which a pipe can still function is 60 MPa. So this cuts it off 10 before that to try to make it so you can't, shoot yourself in the foot there. But I don't know. Mad Mavin, any chance for a Stormwork video? I would love to do a Stormworks stuff with Stormworks. I've really dived into that game and it's a great question. I have so many videos that I want to do. The problem is that editing and scripting takes so long, which is why I want to do just more streams where I can just kind of hang out and play games that I like with cool people. But I would like to. I think Stormworks is really It's something special. I think that they have an approach to gameplay around like designing your systems that is, I think, maybe the best type, in my opinion. I think Stationeers is like kind of in the same realm, which is why like I wish Space Engineers kind of had more of that, because they have such cool building systems, but not a lot of depth in like why you need to build stuff. Um, but Stormworks and how they have like all these different missions, and you have your pumps and you can build modular engines, and like the design of the hull of your ship and like how it planes on the water and everything. It's like it's so crunchy is the best way I can describe it. And Stationeers is so crunchy. If hold on, I'm just gonna pause for a second. Let me get up on my soapbox here. If there was a perfect game, in my opinion, for people that really like the crunch, it would be Space Engineers building, Stationeers, or I guess SE2 probably. Space Engineers 2, like design building systems, and like graphics. It would be Stationeers base building and atmospheric systems, and then it would be Stormworks's vehicle building system, which that's a lot to ask from one game because that's crazy. But what I lack in Stationeers is, and what I'm trying to make up for in mods is like I mean these curved shapes. That's a mod, right? Um. So your the sophisticated shapes and design stuff can kind of sometimes feel flat, but the systems are super cool. Um. And also Stationeers doesn't have the vehicle building that Stormworks and that Space Engineers has. So it'd be, if there was like a conglomeration of those three games, just the best. Anyway, back to the game. Uh-oh. Okay, good. What you described is build it in real life. You might be right. There might be something to that, but it's not like I can just be like, you know what? Today I'm gonna build a spaceship. Thank you everybody for coming into my stream. We're gonna take these. We're gonna take this stuff and we're gonna make rocket fuel, and no one is going to care. And I don't mean that from a content perspective. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you start buying the stuff to make rocket fuel, you're going to be on some lists and some people are going to start showing up at your house. Let's just do an act event. Make it simple. Because the more I talk, the more I forget. Like, I lose track of what I'm doing. Okay, we got this. Do I have room to put more stuff in here? Passive event. Probably gonna need that. I have the active event, passive event. I don't remember if I have pipes already. We can just print some more. I really just need more storage, man. Pipes. Win the lottery, then build it in real life. Wait till you get the nuclear reactor, then they really knock on your door. Yeah, I would believe that to be true. how how are they going to take my rocket fuel if I'm already on the moon? Honestly, that is a great point. I should probably set this up to be somewhat like at least semi-permanent, right? All right, let's think about this a little bit before I like commit to it. So what I don't actually want a tank filled with just atmosphere because I like that's not the most useful thing to me. What is useful to me is the nitrogen and the carbon dioxide. Um, uh, and I'm pretty sure that's it. I think you can like there are certain things you can use pollutant for, but I'm not gonna mess with that. Um, and oxygen. Did I know that? I guess I didn't really think about the fact that there actually is oxygen in this atmosphere. But yeah, it's mostly carbon dioxide. So so I should maybe pressurize a pipe and then have that go into the filter and then deposit the nitrogen in the tank. Yeah, and that's it. That's really all I need. Yes, there are elevators in the game. Yep, elevators, and I'm pretty sure that's not a mod. Yeah. I also am trying to figure out, so where am I going to put the airlock for this workshop? I could put it here on this, on the stairs here, move these pipes, and then come down here, or
Waste tank caution.
yeah, or I could put one of those cool like 2 wide doors right here. But then I would kind of be eating into this space here. And yeah, I think I'm gonna put it up here because also the larger your airlock is, the more inconvenient, unless you have like a lot of vents and stuff, the more inconvenient it is to like depressurize and repressurize. So I'll probably put the airlock here. And then, yeah. See, the problem is I'm running out of room. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one of my... Do I not have any, like, walls? If I just put a wall upside down right there, that will be fine. Let's do... Kit. Or wall. Let's do a normal wall. I'll get 2 of these. You can use pollutant as a heating system. Yeah, I've heard that is a pretty good use of pollutant. What's the current big goals? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's see, shall we? pause right here, press that. Our big goals are set up a refill station for the jetpack, set up air filtration in the greenhouse so that way when it gets to a certain threshold of oxygen, then it will pump it out, preferably into a tank. And then I also probably just want the threshold to be, if there's any pollutant at all, just pump that out. I want to start working towards getting the advanced furnace, but that's going to be a bit of a process because I need to, or I want to get temperature controlled inputs. Just do some base building and storage, probably move my printers, and a hot shower is the things on the docket. All right, so let's set this up. And why not? I like windows. Windows are cool. There is one plastic sheet. And I think I have some glass. Did I not? Yeah, I have it in here. All right, we have that. Now let's place this active vent right. Let's see. Why not? We'll place it right there. I'm probably going to want to make a little flip on and off switch downstairs so that way I don't have to come up here, turn it on, go downstairs, look at the pressure, come back up here, turn it on. But yeah, then let's grab the pipes. Yeah, there they are. Probably going to need some more. Nope. Like that. I could probably put I'm gonna need a passive liquid drain because pressurizing the pollutant is gonna cause water or liquid to be in there. But I don't want the liquid to just drop into my base. Or I guess I could just put a liquid drain on the floor, maybe. The furnace off of the distance in the darkness, I keep thinking it's a person. Yeah, that would be truly terrifying. Yeah. Okay, let's... Should I do this differently? Because I want to, like, do some design. Yeah, okay, I just need more pipes. I just set that up there, but yeah, in order to do the liquid drain and have it just stay outside the pollutant, I'm just going to print more pipes. And I'll put the active vent further away outside. riveting gameplay here. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. I think my waste tank shouldn't have any pollutant in it, but let's just double check.
Critical.
Yeah, we're good. It is mostly oxygen and carbon dioxide. So we will open this in here. And we will put that back.
Critical.
And we will drink some water. See, the other thing that I don't love about having to do the 30 days of just potatoes is that potatoes are only 2 stars on your food. And so when you, with the cereal bar, you can get your food to 3 stars, which means you can get your water to, I think, 125%. And so you don't have to drink as often. Because I will say, on Stationeers difficulty, the frequency in which you have to drink water, it's like, I don't even drink water that frequently in real life. But that being said, I should probably do that as a reminder. Maybe every time my Stationeer guy gets thirsty, I should probably drink some water. You guys should too. Drink water. Your cells are thirsty. All right. Let us continue. Oh, I did have some pipes. Cool. Oh, and I have a nitrogen filter, which will come in handy in a second. Let's just put those steel frames in there for now. Let's put the mining backpacks in there for now. Glass in there. Okay. No, I will not drink water. You have no power here. I saw this thing the other day. It was it's funny that I just recently saw them because I think they started posting like 6 months ago or something. But it's these 2 dudes that dress as aliens and then they like make fun of human things by just like saying things that we all just accept to be life, but when you think about it is just truly absurd. And it's very funny. And one of the things that they do is like, I'm a human and I think that the world is awful, but really all I need to do is drink water. My cells are screaming. It might have been a you had to be there moment. The world can be awful sometimes. It's not to trivialize some of the awfulness, but it is funny. And it is true that I feel like many, many people are very deficient on water and also vitamin D. I have recently learned how important that is. And as a YouTuber, I don't get a lot of it from the natures, and I probably should. That's not where this is gonna go. That's supposed to be filtered. So I'm just gonna flip that around. I wish there was a mirrored version where I could flip flop the inputs, or just a button to make it mirror. I know that it would. I think it would have to be a different model, but it would be nice. Your cells are thirsty, Mad Mavin 2026. It's true. Your cells are thirsty. pipes. And then it probably wants cables, right? Nope. And then we'll just put the filters in there. It's not the best. Nah, I should move it. Blah. It's just getting in there is just going to be annoying, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, let's try this one more time. I just really wish I didn't have to use that much space for this. Maybe I'll just have it wrap around like that. That's kind of lame. Oh, well, we can just go across. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Alright, it's just going to use more pipes, but whatever. All right, and let's do that and then get our stuff back. There we go. And then this is the filtered output. So that's going to be the nitrogen, which we're going to put in here. Sweet. And then I will also grab a tank fill and we'll put it over there so we can get the nitrogen out. And I think that will also... I'm not going to speak out of turn. I think that might be helpful for the furnace, but I did not do my research on that part yet, so I cannot say for certain. We're going to put our vent up here and our passive liquid drain up there. Drive home in this blizzard. Yeah, good luck, man. Stay safe out there. Let's go with a... So I already have the active vent. It's a... I think it's a... Yeah, it's just liquid drain. Okay. And we have the nitrogen filter. Let's get our active vent back. Okay, put the filter in here. Oop. And let's put the active vent right here. Let's just... Where do I want to put it? I'm trying to think of like where are the like roof pieces going to go, because I want to... Yeah, it'll probably be fine here. I think I'm going to leave this there, and then we'll have the roof come from here, and then I want to like curve it downward. So good. So Mavin, my brochacho, how have you been? I haven't seen you upload in a while. Yeah, been good. A little busy. I just recently had a kid, and that is a lot of changes in life all at once. But it's really awesome. It is. It's like when it's good, it's the best thing ever. When it's bad, it's like, what have I done? Like, like when she's smiling and she's laughing, it is like it's so cute and my heart melts. But when it's like 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm like, I know you're hungry. The bottle is in your mouth. If you stop screaming and you just close your mouth, then you won't be hungry anymore. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like rocking her and I have like the bottle in here and I'm just like, come on, come on, we can do this. It's those moments where I'm just like, oh my goodness, what is happening? Speaking of oh my goodness, what is happening? I gotta get back inside. Oh, a kiddo. That makes sense. Hi, Freeman. Hey, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely a lot of changes, a lot of things to get used to, but it's something that my wife and I have been looking forward to for a while, and so it's it's a good difficult, but it's a good transition. It's like the next chapter in life. Plus we have a lot of like friends that also like have kids and have had kids for a while, and so we have a lot of help from people that kind of know what they're doing, if you can ever really know what you're doing when it comes to it comes to that stuff. The funny thing is like now as a parent, it's so many of the people I'm like, oh man, what is it like having kids? They're like, oh yeah, all these other things, and then now they're just like, yeah, you have no idea what's going on. No one knows. You're doing the best you can with what you got. The internet says like do these things or do that thing or whatever, but like what works for one baby doesn't work for some other babies, and just kind of we're doing what we can. The flaming rage of being a father. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm just excited for when she's old enough that we can start playing games together, because I have some nieces and nephews, and whenever they come by and we can play games, it's the best. I've been playing I actually had a buddy of mine that I was friends with like all my life. He has I think his son is like 4 or 5 years old now, and we were playing Minecraft Dungeons when they came out and visited, and it was so funny. It was like all of the other people that were there were like being adults, and then me and this 5-year-old were hanging out playing Minecraft Dungeons, and it was the best. Well, we just gotta wait for this storm to end. That's why I need to have my workshop inside, is because of stuff like this. And also, I'm starting to wish I had put windows around my solar panels, because I'm going to have to go fix those. Just eat! Crying intensifies because of hungry. Yeah. Yep. Or the best is when they're crying because they're tired and they're in their bed swaddled, and like you just changed their diaper, they've just been fed, they're like so tired, but they're so tired that they can't possibly sleep because of how tired they are. Which honestly, as funny as or as frustrating as that is, I also have that problem sometimes where I get tired, I go to lay in bed, and then all of a sudden my brain's like, "You think you're going to sleep right now, dude?" Idiot. Yeah. Pretty funny. Ah, the human experience. So good. Okay, I wanted to look up, since we're just waiting right now, um, insulated pipes. Do they have a higher pressure limit than the normal pipes? do not know. Doesn't it say on the pipe? Where's just pipe? Just normal pipe, dude. There we go. Yeah, max pressure. So it says it here. What about the insulated? I didn't see it. Oh, maybe I gotta do straight. Insulated pipe straight. Max pressure 60. So I think they're the same. I think the best part about being human is the expectations you have for the future and then experiencing the reality of it. That, yeah, you have touched on a lot in just that little sentence. I think that topic has been studied and could be talked about for hours, days, years even, I'd say. Where I'm out of potatoes. No, I think truthfully, we always, I am a YouTuber playing Stationeers on the internet. My life advice should not be taken at the highest high of anything. But that being said, as a fellow human experiencing the human experience, I think that in this pursuit of happiness that we feel, the misalignment of your expectations of yourself, of other people, of the world in general, and what is, the farther away those two things are, the more discontent you have in your life. And it's not to say you shouldn't be aspirational. It's not to say that you shouldn't work hard towards goals. It's not to say any of that. It's just to say that the more you hold how do I say this properly? The more rigid you are about the way that your life should look, rather than accepting the beautiful things that are, is how you maintain that discontentment in your life. And that is something that I think everybody, but I personally have struggled with a lot. I think I always, we always think we should be making this much money, or we should be at this point in our career, or we should be or whatever. But I think that the grass is always greener on the other side. And the things that you think are important and you hold other people in high esteem for, those other people are looking at you in a different regard, thinking, man, I wish I had that. And it's like that comparison will always be the thief of joy. Anyway, the storm's over. So philosophical stuff is over. We can go back to playing fun video games and laughing. All right, I think we're good on water. I do need to go get more potatoes. So social media making people less content by making the goal bar way too high. Yeah, I definitely think social media has had a pretty significant impact on people, because you're constantly seeing, especially on Instagram or stuff like that, you're constantly seeing people's, they post the things that they're most proud of, and you're seeing people at their best. even sometimes beyond their best because of like filters and everything else like that. Um, and it's like that's just not every day. That's just not how it is. Like I like working out, and I follow like bodybuilders and stuff like that. Oh, these are going towards seedling. I shouldn't have done that. And but like sometimes like you just have to look at them and be like, it's awesome and they clearly work hard and stuff like that, but this is not 100% real, right? Like whether or not they're, the term natty, but like whether or not they're natural or not, or like on steroids or whatever, it's like not even that stuff. It's just the moment they take that picture or that video is probably like post workout and they have good lighting and everything else like that. And it's not to say like, people aren't big and have good muscles and stuff like that on a daily basis, but it's just you can't take that stuff at face value and then just be like, why can't I be like this super doctored like image all the time? It's like bodybuilders don't even look like bodybuilders all the time. It's so unsustainable. Okay, we have a couple of potatoes. These guys are still working towards seeding. I still don't understand. It says moderate. Well, we ran out of battery in that. Let's go swap out this battery. But you're on the other side you're on. Deal with it. Yeah. I don't know. Well, actually, you know what? This is a little bit of a detour, but I think I can actually make like a dock for this, and then I don't have to maybe put a battery in it. And no, what's it called? These are called tablet dock. Take the iron from here, assuming it has iron. It does not. Fun. I don't want to take... I guess I will. Because we can split it up with this. So we're at 50 right now. I'll actually put the 50 back in here for later use, and then I know that there's like 28 right there. There we go. Put that in there, and let's just put this stuff back in here. I've seen people build like full-on... I think actually Cows Are Evil is currently working on a system where... Cows Are Evil is a YouTube channel. Where it's like he has all of his printers set up, and then they make requests to a vending machine, and whenever they're like iron, copper, silicon, or gold are below 50, then it requests from the vending machine, and then it's like if you need a more specialized alloy, is that the right word? That word sounds made up right now for some reason. Like Constantin or something. It will fill the request when you go and try to make something. And I was watching that the other day. I was like, man, that is awesome. Wait, what? Oh, do I need to put that on a... I need to put it on a table. Ew. All right, well, let's go print a workbench. Oh, wait, table's probably in here. Table. I think I'm probably gonna need to go mining here again soon to get more iron. Okay. And do I have... Yeah, not very much, but I do have 2 cable. So let's, since I only have 2 and I don't want to have to like go print more, let's just put it here for now. And let's put this right there. And I think I attach it with the wrench, right? How do I attach it? Anyone know how I attach this? Okay, tablet dock. Tablet dock. Not telling me much. It is indeed a wrench. That's what I thought. Do I just need to put the wrench on the table rather than the... Oh. Okay, no, I just was doing something wrong for somehow. Alright, put the tablet there. And let's get our thing there. And now I don't have to worry about... Will that charge the battery that's in there? It seems like it will. I admit, I did for a second think that was... I thought for a sec that was the atmospheric one, not the plant analyzer one. But, you know, it still works. It's charging. It's fine, and it'll do its thing. Okay. Do we have... We're still... 1 potato towards seeding. Okay, yeah, we just got to give it a little bit more time. But we do have the potatoes necessary to eat, fill up our water, and then we can get back to what we were doing, which is the nitrogen. You just think it was too far off the correct place. That makes sense. All right, let's try to get all of our little systems here sorted. So we're cooking a potato. Let's fill up my oxygen canister. Let's get it up to like 9,000. Right on the cusp of distraction. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we got that. And so now we can eat. Get some water. All right. I'm also running low on CO2 filters. So we'll do that and then get back at it. It's like you almost need like a checklist every time you leave where it's like, all right, oxygen tank, great. Waste tank, great. Jetpack, which we're working on right now. Food, water, all those fun things. We need to make some CO2 filters. I could probably also just upgrade to a smart canister that will tell me when it's going to explode. I'm just going to do the cheap filters for now. All right. Swap that out and swap that out. And I'm going to put that in the long-term storage over there. You can't see it, but yeah, long-term storage right over there. Oops. Who knows if that'll be enough. I should have left my potatoes inside. I actually want to I want to make a freezer because I was reading when it goes to like food spoilage. Let's go potato. If you go to where was it? Ooh, this is embarrassing. I don't know if I can get back there. It's like food decay. There we go. So it has these things where it's like, you know, obviously temperature, the food type, the pressure, and the atmosphere. So if I make a freezer that is, you know, 101 or more of really cold nitrogen, then my food stores will last significantly longer. And that would be pretty cool. I mean, it seems like right now I am eating my production faster than I am making it, and which is why I will expand my farm soon. But I think it'd be fun to have like a walk-in freezer, and you could have like a mask because they have gas masks. I went in there to put the potatoes in the container, but I was talking and I forgot about it.
Waste tank caution.
Okay, let's open up the waste tank. It's getting a little toasty in here. I probably need to put in air conditioning. Well, no, I'm going to make a new pressurized zone, so I don't really need to do much air conditioning in here. All right. Now we want our I should actually lift that up one higher. So here's a question for the crew, especially the ones that are experienced in the game. If I put my passive liquid drain right there, the system doesn't distinguish between pipes until it like hits something that changes, like the filter, right? So even if I have the liquid drain up here, logic would tell us that whatever liquid would probably go down the pipe and end up, you know, pooling down there. But in the game, I can put it there without issues, and it would still get the pollutant out of the entire pipe. I said that like a statement. It was a question. Is that true? Is what I'm asking. All segments of the pipe are one pipe. Okay, that is what I was hoping for. Passive liquid drain. Sweet. All right, so we'll power that up and then power this up. And I do need to put somewhere an outlet for my unfiltered, which is going to be oxygen, pollutant, and no, pollutant's going to be out of this. So unfiltered atmosphere. Maybe we do want to capture that, and then I don't have to run really long pipes again. Where is my... There it is. So if the pollutant's gone and the nitrogen is gone, we're talking CO2 and oxygen. Okay. Which is great because the CO2 will go up to the greenhouse and oxygen will go into my base. So I suppose in that case, I might want a second atmospheric filter that will have an O2 filter and then go into an O2 tank. I forgot that one. No. Only one issue with placement. You might suck in the water you drained when it's active. When the vent is active, even. Oh, you think I need to put the active vent further away from the liquid drain? Alright. That's probably a good call. Definitely don't want to add more problems. Imagine playing this game in VR. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. You know, a game would be really cool in VR is Space Engineers. Space Engineers, I think, would be, because it is like more of a building thing. Being able to like walk around in your spot would be really cool. I think just to be extra safe, we'll just put it over here. I'm gonna need more pipes though. But I definitely don't want to run into the issue that you had mentioned of draining the pollutant and then putting it back in the system and then draining it again and putting it back in the system. All right. So here's another question for the experts. Can you power your jetpack with liquid nitrogen? It doesn't seem like that would work, but I'll be honest, I I don't know how jetpacks work. And so, you know, who's to say? All right, let's do that. One drain might not be enough to keep up. Okay. Well, if that is the case, then maybe I should just I think I have more iron in one of the other things, so maybe I'll just, if that is a concern, I'd rather deal with it by just solving it now rather than rather than messing with it. So I'll just make a I'll just make a second one. Just to be safe. Because again, it's passive. If the solution is just slap another passive, non-powered thing on the pipe and then you won't have to worry, yeah, sign me up for that. Sign me up for that. All right, we'll put the second one just kind of right near the first one. Like that. Sweet. Could we get a question for the common folk? What's the question for the common folk? Oh, as in I ask a question for the common folk rather than the experts? You know, let me think about that, and then we're gonna pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and make our own talking points. All right, here's a question for the common folk. Anyone else? Anyone play Stormworks or have any other cool like engineering vehicle cool games like that? Or That's one question, and then here's another question. How about just how's uh any cool games that you've been trying out recently? They don't have to be new games, just any games that might be new to you and if exciting. Because I will say, sometimes I find a game that's like been out for 5 years and I've just never messed with it, and it's a good time. It's new to me. I I really don't love that everything is on one circuit. I do kind of prefer like isolating the circuits, because especially when you're like trying to do any kind of programming, and you're like looking through your list of devices and you have like 47 devices. I know you can do your like use your hash codes or whatever to identify objects, especially for like batch writing, but yeah, I would prefer not to have to do that. Let's also get a what's it called? I forget what they're called. It's literally just a button or a toggle, a switch. It's a kit logic switch. All right, what we got here? Will you be editing these streams into a video, or do you do something else in the pipeline for videos? I got some other stuff, but I am recording these for the option to do that, because, I mean, Stationeers. Let's be real. It takes a long time to do things, so it's a game that kind of screams for, hey, let's shorten the long stuff. Let's put the switch here for now. Although, if I want to do stuff with the switch, I'm probably going to have to make a little IC housing thing. All right, I'll hook up the switch properly later. Let's turn on the active vent and just make sure that the pollutant is working out of the system. Set inward. Okay, pipe network. Pressure is rising. And again, the active vents have a safety cutoff to where it should not exceed the pressure limit of the pipes by 10. So I really shouldn't have to worry too much. But yet here I am worrying. All right, while we wait for that, I'm actually going to use this opportunity. Actually, no. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to use this opportunity, use the restroom really fast, and then I'll come back and I want to hear about the games that everybody's been talking about. Had to open up a window. It gets a little toasty in here. All right, let's see what games we got listed here. My stream on YouTube or YouTube Creator Studio is struggling right now. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, lots of stuff. All right. We got For the King 2. I've actually played For the King. I don't think I played the second one. But that was a kind of an interesting, fun game that I liked. Stormworks, SE, Stationeers. Been playing a lot of Vintage Story. Vintage Story is a beautiful game. I love it a lot. I don't know how to say that word properly. Archean? Archean? If interesting if you like coding. I am a dabbler in code at best, but I would like to be better at it. Abiotic Factor is pretty cool. Vintage Story. Hightail. I do want to play Hightail. I sometimes get a little the early access thing is kind of playing out a little bit for me. Like, I definitely love believing in projects, and I also understand why game companies do early access, especially indie devs, because you kind of need to get financing as soon as possible. So as soon as you have a minimum viable product, you're like, we need to go to market so that way we can keep paying people. And so, you know, everybody deserves to get paid for their work. But when I don't know. I've recently kind of been like, man, I've played through the content that they have. This game is going to be great, but it just needs more time to cook. So, and I know Hightail has kind of had a rocky development thing. Maybe the oddball who enjoys how chill the streams are while I knit during a snowstorm. Zero knowledge of the game. Honestly, I love that. I listen to people streaming to help me fall asleep at night because sometimes I just can't turn the old brain off, and so just having somebody who's not gonna scream and just kind of talk lets me just zone out a little bit. Greg Tech. Minecraft mods. That'll work. Getting back into SE. What's up, PhD Composer? Been getting back into with SE. Had a low. There's for a bit. Got 2 other mods since I last talked to you. Oh, sweet. What are the other mods? Abiotic is good with friends. I've actually recently been getting into a lot of those kind of really small, simple, but hilarious multiplayer games. So me, E-Rock, Swift, and my brother, who changes his gamer tag every day, have been playing RV There Yet. That game is both amazing and terrible at the same time. The game is amazing. Playing it with your friends really tests your friendship. My wife and I also played It Takes Two. I think that game is super rad. I love it. All right, so it seems like things are going well with the filtering out of the pollutant here. It's turning into liquid, and it is draining out. By the time it gets here, though, it's still in the system.
Hydration critical.
So either I need another drain, or I need to pressurize the system, wait until the pollutant is drained out, and then turn on the filter. I think is kind of where we're at. I think for the time, or do both. I think for the time being, I'm gonna go drink some water because that's what the noise is telling me to do. And then we'll just wait, and then we'll turn on the filter. I tried playing with friends, but ended up playing alone. The game was still a banger, though. Are we talking about Abiotic Factor? I still haven't played that one. I've heard good things. And I also saw Floydson put out a video. It's like a 5-hour or something, or like 6-hour long video of 100%ing that game. And it got like 1 million views. It's a 6-hour long video. That is crazy. Okay, yeah. All right, let's go back down. Let's turn off the vent, and I will worry about making more tanks and stuff later. Ooh, I do want to make. Well, I'll come back up here in a second. So, let's turn this off. Great. Let's see if it drains out. That's just not a lot of nitrogen. Yeah, just not a lot. Okay. And then this is going to go into there. And let's, for the time being, while I wait for... I'll make the system more than it is right now later. Let's just throw a pipe cowl on there. Actually, that is what we're gonna do. I just want to make the pipe a little bit longer. So it just puts it over there. And yeah, I think that's how it's gonna go. So there's no pollutant in there. Let's turn this on, and then this is nitrogen going into this tank over here. And then all of the CO2 and oxygen are moving out over here. Which, now that we have this set up, I know it might feel wasteful that we're just dumping this out here. Actually, I have a passive vent. The cowls, I think they don't let as much stuff out, at least not in my experience. See, like the passive vent just lets it go. So we'll just do that. Yeah. Anyway, I was saying this might seem wasteful, and it probably is, but because we're just pulling it out of the atmosphere, I can always just turn it on and get more. So not a huge deal. So that's the system we're going to be using for the time being. I'd like to make it so when I can have the vent on and have this on at the same time. So I don't know if I just need to have more passive liquid stuff, or if I'm just going to have to program in a wait period where it fills up the pipe, waits until the pollutant drains, and then it turns on the thing, which would not be my preference, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. Going back to that whole expectation versus reality. You a fan of Floydson too? I am a fan of Floydson. I think that I am both a fan of his content, just because I think he's funny and I like his storytelling, and I like that he calls things silly goose. I also am a fan of him from like a more of like a business perspective, because he's found this style and he's been consistent and it's worked for him, and I am not consistent and am still trying to figure out my whole deal. And so I kind of admire him, because I also love the fact that he can just kind of play any games that he wants. Because sometimes it can feel like for a while there, it felt like the only game that I could play was either Space Engineers or Zomboid, and it's like I like those games, that's why I started doing it, but I like a lot of games, and feeling like I can only stay in that realm is not how I wanted to create content. I know that a lot of people do that, where they pick one game, but I made the decision that I was just like, I don't want that to be me. No issues for the people that do want to do it that way, but I like all sorts of gaming. I've been through the thing. Floatson's the goat. Cryospawn, I updated to use food now. That is awesome. Yeah, he's been dropping movies lately. Satisfactory is a very long game. I do love Satisfactory though. I don't know if I'll do like a full playthrough, but I might just show some of the stuff that I'm pretty proud of, like build wise, because I love building games, and Satisfactory is one of the best. And so I might show like I'm pretty proud of my aluminum factory. I made this circular like UFO looking thing that I think is pretty sweet. I loved your SE Survival series. It was so much fun to watch. Well, thank you. I really enjoyed it too. The honest, brutal truth of the matter is that YouTube no longer kind of pushes Let's Plays. Like, it's just I think it's also just people's preferences now is they'd rather watch like a 5-6 hour long video where it's all of that footage cut down into a more decisive thing, which I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you think about it, we're talking, which is why streams can be fun, because you're typing messages and I'm responding, and so there's an interactive element. But without the interactive element, it can sometimes feel when people are just kind of meandering about and trying to figure out what they're going to do, like what I did a lot of times in the SE series. You kind of want to like fast forward it and stuff. So YouTube doesn't love that. I need a utility tank utility. Anyway, so YouTube doesn't love that, and so it just kind of like de-incentivizes that style of content. But I will say, from a creator perspective, the idea of being able to spend more time in game creating and less time post game in an editing software, especially when it comes to scripting. I have always had a hard time, like in college and throughout school and stuff like that. Anytime there was a writing portion, I didn't do great. And to be honest with you, this is not advice to any of my younger people who might be in college or in school, but I was pretty good at taking tests. I was never great in school, but I was pretty good at tests. And so because of that, I could pass most of my classes by acing tests and not writing papers, which I would just tell the professor. I'd be like, here's the deal. I am not going to write that paper, and I will just take that on my grade. And so now I'm in a job where I kind of need to script and need to write, and that's just always been something that like short circuits my brain, so I struggle with it a little bit. I would like to find a happy medium where maybe I could just get better at not saying likes and ums and filler words, to where I could talk while I play in such a way that does not require a whole lot of scripting and editing after the fact. But the truth is that when you're writing post play session, you have the context of afterwards, and so you can do things like foreshadowing, and you know that you might be working on something in the present, but then it becomes functionally irrelevant, and so you can skip over that part. All right, let's see if we can pressurize this, or at least fill up a little bit of my propellant. I don't think I'm going to be able to get much out of it, but I'd like to at least increase it from where it's at right now. Nope, it went down because I probably need to have, yeah, I probably need to have a pump right there. That's pretty funny. All right, let's get a pump. It says there's a turbo pump. It takes Electrum, so I'm not even gonna. I was gonna say I'm nervous to mess with that anyway. His Zomboid 300 Days was so good. I watched it with my dad. Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I was really into Split C Survival Impossible stuff, but I think that's a great point, right? It's it when it's good, it's great, and when the on episode, I don't know, like he was doing that one for a long time, so like episode 70, I don't know if that's actually where he got to, but see, this is a situation where I wish there was a mirror, right? Like, wouldn't that be nice? But like episode 70 or whatever, insert number here, it's like, okay, this episode we're doing the tedious work that would probably be cut out of a long form video, right? And it's part of the story, so you want to include it. And he probably spent 20 hours working on that tedious part, but from a content perspective, it's probably not the most interesting. And so there are probably certain episodes that you really liked, probably some episodes that were just kind of like meh, and that's the thing where YouTube is like, cut out the meh, only do the exciting stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've said this before on the channel. Watching Splitsy was actually the catalyst for me wanting to start to do YouTube. I'm gonna have to move this. Yeah, I thought his stuff was really cool, and I had also had some editing experience and stuff like that. And I will also say, like, his content is good, but it's also accessible. And so when you watch it, you're not just like, oh, I could never. You watch it and you're like, this is just a guy having fun playing a game that he likes. And when you kind of break it down in that simplicity, you're just like, I'm a guy that likes play video games and can record stuff. Why don't I give it a shot? And so that's what happened. And now we're here. And hopefully, you know, someone might one day watch my stuff and be like, hey, this is just a guy making videos on games that he likes to play, and then somebody else will make cool content much better than what I've done, and it'll be great. And that's how the world keeps going. I still might not be able to pipe or okay. All right. It's the it's the beeping noise that is it really does a great job at making me lose focus. I mean, I have no problem losing focus at any given time, but I guess that is the point of an alert, right? It's like, no, that whatever you're doing is not more important than this. Why can't I place these here? Oh, because you don't need a pipe there. You just need to put the thing there. Okay. I will start reading comments here again in a second. Again, brain short circuits sometimes. Let me just try to get this. Okay. There we go. And let's set the volume. Oh, see, this is a little annoying because it does the volume for the pump rather than the pressure. And so I need to know what the pressure of the canister or the volume of the canister is. Canister. 64 liters. All right, so here's another question for the pros. While I read this, I'll wait for answer from the pros. Do I need to worry about do I need to worry about both volume and pressure? And I know that the answer to that is yes, but I mean in the case of if I fill this tank like half of its available space in liters, is the pressure going to come into the equation? Or if I stay underneath the liter limit, the pressure shouldn't exceed what the tank is? I don't know what the conversion situation is of pressure to liters. Man, why does it do that? Let me refresh the creator page. Okay, let's keep going. He was just very. The irony is that he is currently doing Stationeer. Oh, Splitsy's doing Stationeer? I actually think I saw that the other day. I don't. So I really hope that he doesn't like occasionally see my channel pop up and be like, man, this guy just copies me. Because that's not what it was, but it is a little bit ironic that we are doing that right now. Some catback. Some people don't love catback. I think you gotta have a jokester in there. I think that if it's all I mean, like think about like sitcoms and like stuff like that. Like you gotta have like your comedic like chaos character, and then you need to have like the straight man, and it's like the straight man like deadpan kind of like look how absurd all this stuff is. It doesn't hit as hard if you don't have a chaos element. Um, uh, I never work in leaders, only in pressure. That's what I was. That's where I'm at. But I don't know. The pump is in leaders. Yeah, I don't know. Because it's a volume pump. I don't think it had a pressure pump. All right, we'll just have to watch it and hope that it doesn't explode. Gosh, I hate that sentence that I just said out loud. I don't love it. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I doubt I even have the amount of nitrogen that would be necessary to blow this thing up, to be real. The other thing is it's not like it's gonna pressurize quickly. So I think we're I think we're okay. We'll just watch it. I could probably walk away, go have a snack, come back. Pressure regulator is my choice. Instead of a volume pump, you can. Ah. Also thinking about getting back into Valheim. Valheim is a really fun game. I do enjoy it a lot. I think
Hydration
that
critical.
man, so many blinking things. I do think that it can be a bit of a grind, and I think that where it really shines is if you have like a group of people that you can play with over a longer period of time. Like I think Valheim was kind of designed with that in mind. My only issue with that kind of stuff is if you're playing on a server. Okay, I can. I, I'm gonna be able to just leave this running for a while because it just got to 1 MPa, and this is at. Wait. Am I? Yeah. Yeah. No, it could have gone up to 10, but 1 isn't terrible, so we'll just put that in there. It's not great. I'm gonna have to do more with it later, but um, let's go get rid of these noises. Get rid of the noises. Okay, waste tank is done. Let's. Are we still doing okay? Yeah, 40% oxygen. And it's hot. Can we still do stuff? I totally lost my train of thought on what I was saying. I think we were talking about Valheim. Yeah, I really like Valheim. I think it's a good game for multiplayer. My issue with running or like being on servers is usually what will end up happening unless you're doing like a locally hosted game where you guys meet up however many times in a week, like dedicated time. You'll play and then you'll hop off, and then one of your friends who has way more free time will play for 40 hours in a week's worth of time, and you come back and they're like, oh yeah man, I know that we just beat the first boss, but I'm actually like I've built 3 additional bases and I'm at the 4th boss. Here's all the extra gear that I had. You can have my hand-me-downs and stuff. And it's like good for them for having fun and playing the game, but it also doesn't feel good because you're like, okay, well, not progressing. Yeah, all right. We have gotten the blinking lights. Actually, let's fill up the oxygen tank. I think I'm just gonna.
Air tank critical.
I'm gonna need to go get oxide and drop it in here. I maybe even might say let's vent this place. Alright. Close helmet, lock helmet. Cycle to exterior. Nothing ever goes wrong when high pressure is involved. Yeah. I might just need to fix these. So this is what I was saying. Again, people might claim the cheese, and I admit it kind of is, but we're just gonna okay, and then we're gonna pick them up. Alright, and then we're going to place them back down. And now they are fixed. You might claim the cheese, but you could also think about it as maintenance. You're taking them apart, you're cleaning them, you're putting them back together. Right? Just getting the sand out of the off the glass that would be reducing efficiency. You get it. All right. So let me look off into the darkness here so we can have that high contrast again. So let's turn this and let's go back to our little to-do list here. And so refill the jetpack, pressurized tank, then filter. We did it. We refilled the jetpack. It's not great, but it is what it is. I think I'm just going to start working on this because that's a super easy thing to do. And I also might want to just get this out of the way. I mean, we're not going to fully finish building the base. That is a never-ending project of this game. But just pressurizing that area downstairs, because if we do that, then I can move my printers inside. And I can also have more storage for all the stuff that we're making, and then for ores and ingots and everything else like that. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna set up the batteries, and then start working to pressurize that location because our current pressurized zone is struggling. So, and I'm probably gonna have to go mining in that time as well, because we are running out of supplies. Battery charger, copper. This has copper. Copper. Oops, I forgot to close this. Okay. Steel, and is there anything else in here? Yes. Close that. Alright, let's get a battery charger. Insurance fraud. Are you new to the game? I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I also don't think I would say new. Uh, why do you ask? Do I look new? Is that because I could see that. Man, that's fine. Actually, let's put it up one more. Actually, let's go put it by the other batteries. Why not? Because that is on the power grid, so we can just do that. I'm gonna need more cable. Yep, I've been that guy. Did 60 hours in 1 week at once. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little slow at reading the comments, guys. Cheap cooling, passive vent inside, digital valve, pipes outside with radiators, IC code to open the valve when it's too hot. Yeah, I mean, I just actually made an AC in there. I just didn't want to set this up because this is going to be temporary and I'm going to get rid of it. That's why I'm doing that. Because with this system, the code is already written. I would just have to print out another housing. Or I could even switch it so it's a batch, because everything right now is on the same circuit. So I could just do... Oh, no, I couldn't, because it'd have to be a different sensor. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, if you place yeah, that's what you were asking about if I was new. Yeah, I know I can place them in a box. I've just been lazy, I guess is the word. I same excuse as to why I haven't built a AC in here. It's temporary. I want to build like a proper power station, and so I don't want to put the extra effort into something that I'm going to be replacing. Battery large. The batteries outside lose charge in the cold. Now that is something that I did not know. In these batteries or these batteries or both? I want to look that up. Station battery. There are various conditions to I'm not seeing that in this part. All batteries. In your suit too. On Mars, it shouldn't be a big problem. In Europa, it obviously would be a huge problem. Oh. Huh. Okay, well then, when I do the power station, I will make sure that these are properly done. That being said, not gonna fix that right now because so far has not been a major issue. Yeah, but good to know. That is something that I hadn't really considered. I think I knew that for Europa because I think it actually says that on the, like when you are selecting your planet, I think it says that power storage is a problem, but I didn't really think about it in terms of Mars. Okay, so let's press this, open this back up, and very simple, print more batteries and a large battery charger. We are out of materials to do more of those large batteries, so that is that. Now let's get into finishing off this, just pressurizing. So base build, I'm just going to put in parentheses here, pressurize. Okay. Yeah. Good. I think in order to do that, I'm going to need to do some significant mining because I don't believe I have, let's see. So I have 280 grams of steel in there. 11 in there. 53 in there. Okay, so I might have the stuff necessary to do it. Let's pull the steel out of here. Put it into here. And also the silicone because I'm gonna be using that to make plastic sheets. Turn this off, and then I also do have oops. I also do have additional steel sheets right here from when I was building earlier. And I think I have steel frames inside the base. Yep, got one there. Got some glass sheets here. Let's put the pipes in there. Red flare in there for when I'm mining. Might as well top off the old water and food because that is a constant issue. All right. Is this the same run you were doing at the end of last stream? It is. It is the same run I was doing at the end of last stream. I just continued going a little bit offline so I could not get bogged down with decision paralysis. I wish there was a way I could like hotkey this portable light. So instead of having to like open up the uniform, open it, turn it on and off that way. Okay, let's get into here, and I'm going to, I want to use those tube pieces for the far wall. Hold on, let me kind of plan this out here. So on this side over here, I'm thinking I think maybe what I need to do is to swap out these. I made them out of steel frames, but maybe instead of steel frames, I just make these normal walls, and then I can make the curved glass part right there. Yeah, although actually now that I'm thinking about it, if I want the garage, I do need it to be too high, so I don't actually think I want to make the dome on this, because then the garage wouldn't be. Unless I just used angled pieces and extended it. I don't know. I'll do. You know what? I actually saw a base that somebody made that was like really cool, and I think I might try to emulate some of the elements from that. Where what they did was, instead of like, they kind of made like a flat roof, but then in the front they had this, using the same mod, they had like this arch that went on the side, and then kind of like framed out a little section here, and they had like some lettering, and it looked really good. I might do something like that. So, and then we kind of reserve the domed shape for up there. So that means that we'll just get a bunch of walls, so that way I can make windows up here. And yeah, we'll go from there. All right, let's do a wall. And I think while that prints a bunch of walls, I think that our plants might be seeding right now. Going moderately towards seeding. Here we go. Seeds. 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 I don't need to keep saying seeds. Okay, and now let's grab the potatoes. It's a lot of potatoes. I don't have a fridge. I'm actually kind of, well, I was gonna say I'm worried about them rotting, but if I'm taking them out and then replacing them and planting more, I don't really have to worry about that now, do I? Towards seeding, and towards seeding. All right, let's plant some more. And how are we doing on water in here? We still have a little bit. Oh, thank you. Sorry. To-do overlay was still on. Whoops. Yeah, I need to get better at remembering that. Okay, let's take that off. Let's get some glass. Why the cheese color tools? Because I liked it. I thought it was fun. Just something different than the default. So the thing is that I usually prefer. I mean, I will likely end up doing both, which is a lot. It's probably a little extra, but I think most people do it this way. I prefer to have my when I first build the walls or ceilings or anything else like that, I have them on the outside because then I can like see all of my cables and stuff like that, and then once my systems are kind of in place and I don't have to worry about it, at that point is when I choose to put walls in on the inside. But with these kind of walls, you have when you build them, the exterior side of it, or whatever, whether you call it interior or exterior, but one of the sides is white and the other side looks like it's not finished. So that can be a little frustrating sometimes. So that's why you kind of do it on both sides, which does give you an extra element of protection, which is kind of nice. I think for this, I'll just do wall type 1. I see. What is your favorite kind of cheese? I honestly, I don't know if I have really thought about that too much. But maybe that is a thing that I should be thinking about more. Favorite kind of cheese. Somebody just said yellow. Yellow is the favorite type of cheese. So this is the part where I was thinking maybe I should. I guess I don't really need these to be frames, so I don't have to be too concerned. And then I will put a frame there, and there, and here. Yeah, and I guess I am just making a giant box. Typically, I attempt to avoid specifically box shape, but I guess if you have two boxes on top of each other, then that does make it more interesting. This is going to take a lot of stuff to pressurize, I think. Steel frames. Wait, is it steel frames? Yeah. Wait, what? No, I have enough steel frames. I came up here to swap out batteries for my welder. The Mavin special? What's the Mavin special? How do you stay sane with all the inputs on how you should play? I would be driven nuts. That's why I had to play for a while after stream, because at one point somebody asked like, so, I don't think that they were intending to be harsh, uh, we were talking about like phase change and doing kind of what this pipe is doing, which is pressurizing so that way it passively drains out the pollutant. And we were talking about that, and they were just like, they were like, pretty sure phase change was covered in middle school, and I was like, whoa, you're right, phase change was covered in middle school, but what we're talking about here, it's like, I actually kind of laughed after stream when I thought about that later, because I was just like, imagine being in a school and you're like, okay, kids, so here's an ice cube, and if it gets warm, it'll turn into water, and if it gets really warm, it'll turn into like steam. And then it's like, great, now take that concept, and now I'm going to give you a complicated mixture of molecules in which you have nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, these other things, and we're going to talk about which one of these things would change phases before the other ones so you could drain it out of a pressurized system. I was like, that is not something middle school. Mavin is being productive. Let's go. Hey, Rick. Thanks for stopping by, man. Being productive. No, it's a ruse. I'm not actually being productive. All right, what was I just doing? We just finished. Oh yeah, I think I need more of these. I think we'll make this a window as well, like that, and then like this. Oh, dude, Preds, what's up, man? Wow, this is, now the pressure is on. My friends are here. Hey guys, thanks for stopping by.
Waste tank caution.
My friends that actually do YouTube professionally. All right, let's get our plastic sheets. Oh, I think that's what we were out of. Is this our submarine? It is not our submarine, but I will be working on that at some point. Although I think, didn't we say that we were gonna look at some workshop ones? Although that would be a fun stream, and then I could have somebody who knows what they're doing hopefully hop in and be like, this is how you do these things. Rick, Preds, if you guys are ever interested in a really complicated game, I don't know if you guys have ever played this one, but Stationeers is a good time. It takes a little bit getting used to though, and you definitely blow up a lot. I will be real. In primary school, I phase changed solid food into other stuff. All right, I've been trying to not use my jetpack because I know I'm low on fuel, but this is ridiculous. We're just gonna do it. Is it early access? I don't know, guys. Is Stationeers still early access? It's been out for a long time, and it's still active development. I don't know if they're considered early access or not. I still want to do Space Engineers. I keep doing other stuff instead. We could definitely do some Space Engineers. That would be fun. And some people here have been asking specifically for that, so that would be a good reason to get back into it. It is still early access. Gotcha. I guess yeah, they did just recently come out with the terrain update. Angle grinder. I put these on backwards. Because Rick and Pred showed up and I forgot what I was doing. Okay, follow up. Is it a good early access or is it still like early access? This one's been out for years, so I think it's pretty good. But this is also coming from, I mean, Rick, we've played many games together. You know how I am about complicated systems. So this is probably one of the most complicated systems, other than we were talking about this earlier in stream, Stormworks, if you're familiar. I think that one may beat Stationeers in level of complicated systems. But no, it's pretty polished and pretty cool. Okay, gonna need to go mining because I don't think I have any more silicon to make more plastic sheets. So let's go and do that.
Hydration critical.
After I fix my hydration problem. Oh, actually, I do have silicon. It's in here. Sweet. Anything I can do to prolong the mining. I actually do enjoy mining, but it's usually such a process, and I feel like doing it on stream can be a bit much. But then again, it does give more time to kind of just chit-chat. So maybe I shouldn't fear it. On a scale of like checkers to Factorio, what level of hyperfixation or hyperfixated autism are we working with here? It's honestly, great scale, great question. I would definitely say we are solidly in train territory. Wherever that falls on that scale, trains are. But yes, it is. I think high on that scale as far as fixations go. You need to shower. I do need to shower. Also in game too. We are good on water, and I'm eating through that thing. I'm going to open my waste tank outside because even though I'm going to get pollutant in the tank, every time I open it in here, I'm filling it with more CO2 and less oxygen. And I have a thing that will filter out pollutants, so I might as well just deal with that like that. Okay, all right. We are doing too much. No, we need glass. I can hear the smell in that suit. Factoria has trains. Factoria does have trains. And for more reasons than just that, but Factorio is a great game. I do like that one. That is definitely on my list. I thought I set that one to be a window. Oh well. This doesn't have glass on it. This doesn't have glass on it. That one does. That one does. Okay. So our roof here is good. Let's set up the walls in front here, and then we can think about pressurizing. I think I'll do paneled walls like that. I'll do glass walls here. That will probably be a door. And then we'll do glass here. Yeah, we're gonna need more. But let's also set this up. Nope. There we go. I am going to have to weld these up as well. And I think I have the stuff to do that, so might as well hit that up right now. Just kidding, I might have been out of steel sheets. Okay, so I need walls and steel sheets. I'm also gonna get some doors so I can make the double airlock door, because that just, it looks rad. I love it. Okay, so walls. The face changes. Oh my gosh, I swear. Yes. Okay, hold on. You know what? I jumped to conclusions here. I shouldn't have done that. Let me read your comment before I defend myself about phase change again. Let's see. Phase change is not that complicated. I really wish they could make the system more realistic. You included a word that I don't even know what it is or how to pronounce it, and temperature dependent changes of heat capacity and latent energy and totally absent. Yeah. I am happy that you are well versed in phase change and atmospherics. Everything that you said made me want to throw up. Are there hangar doors in the game? Absolutely, there are, and they are awesome. That's a window. This is going to be that, and then this as well there. Okay. Yep, there are hangar doors. There are NPC traders that I want to get into. Like you make a landing pad for ships to come and land, and then you can sell them stuff that you've gathered here. You like make a trade station, basically. Like they come down and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm interested in your iron ore. Can I get chickens from you?" And so I can actually, I mean, it is difficult to keep myself alive, so keeping chickens alive might be a struggle. But yeah, you can get chickens and get eggs, and that's how you get into the later game cooking and stuff. Yeah, it's super cool. And yeah, there are modular rovers, which is why this spot, this is going to be my workshop, but through this double door that I'm going to make right here, I'm going to have a garage. Well, this is going to be an airlock, but then I'm going to have a garage for my rover, and I'll have like ores and stuff that I can offload into chutes. It's going to be pretty sweet, if I do say so myself. Chicken spacesuits. You know, Rick, I think you should contact the devs and tell them that I think you're really onto something here. I know that one guy was talking about increasing the level of difficulty with phase change. I think chicken spacesuits are right where it's at. At least that's right where I'm at. Are chickens working now? I saw a video. Cows Are Evil. I watch a lot of his stuff, especially for MIPS programming. And I think he had chickens in his base. I don't know how long ago that video is or was when I was watching it. So I don't know if it was one of those situations kind of like the rover where they implemented it, but then they took it back out. I remember watching a stream where the immortal chickens breed so fast they were popping through the walls. Now that is something. Okay, let's go get ourselves a double door. It's gonna be cool. There's a few achievements that have 0% completion. Are those newly added in Stationeers? They are impossibly difficult. Well, Preds, why don't we take a little journey here, and we'll take a look. Let me see. So I actually set up a uh, set up a spreadsheet here of all of the achievements, and I ranked them on level of difficulty. I pulled this out last stream, but this is probably a good time because you brought it up. The ones that you're talking about are probably these ones, which are super difficult. This one, not super difficult. Microwave a muffin. That one probably is just new, or not a lot of players make muffins or trade for muffins or whatever. But like, that's just concerted effort. You get a muffin, you put it in the microwave. The ones that are really hard are things like visiting all the major interest points on Europa. I think will be hard just because you have to travel quite a bit, and so you're going to need a rover and drive around, and in order to do that, I think you're going to need some pretty extensive life support systems. But I have not done that yet. Maxed out plant growth speed. So the reason that one's difficult is because plants are, you need to have a certain temperature of atmosphere that they're in and pressure. You need to have a certain temperature in the water. You need to have like certain plants want certain amounts of like CO2 or maybe in some cases nitrogen. Their light levels matter. So my greenhouse is pretty good because we're using just the sun. But in order to probably max out the plant stuff, I would probably need to put it in a dark room with a grow light. So that way I'm perfectly setting the light to turn on and give it the whatever the ideal amount of light is, and then have it turn off to give it the ideal amount of darkness. So that one's pretty tough. Survive a full year on the hardest difficulty, which is what we're doing right now. Which is where you have to drink and eat a lot. The max growth plant achievement isn't that hard. Well, there you have it. Anything that has to do with rockets, in my opinion, is going to be a little bit difficult. Just because getting a rocket, the amount of materials you need and the amount of systems that you need in order to build a rocket and then send it out and do all that stuff is just, that's a considerable amount of effort. Experience an explosion in hydroponics. Weird that one doesn't have more, because I feel like blowing up pipes is my specialty. And then mine 10,000 cobalt ore seems like it would be a lot. And right now I'm not even using cobalt for anything. But yeah, we already did Brutal Legend. I've actually already done several of these. But yeah, anyway, let's go back into the game. Those are all the achievements. Yes, some of them are incredibly difficult. I would say difficult. Some people might argue either way, a considerable amount of effort, let's say. All right, let's get this door. Ooh, you can also design like rail systems with robots, like a robot arm, and then it will just like go along the rail system and it'll automate and collect stuff. It's pretty sweet. Oh, I was trying to get, what does this need? Iron. Probably gonna need more if I want to make 2. Yes, I will. That's dope. See, man, I never know when we play games if you're like really into the crunchy stuff or or not. Cuz like I know that you're like when we talk about like OBS and other stuff like that, I'm like I could tell that Preds can get down with the crunch. But whenever we play games and stuff like that, we're mostly just kind of farting around. So I'm like, I don't know if Preds wants to play these really complicated games with me. Trains? There are no trains in Stationeers, unfortunately. It's a big oversight. I feel like, I mean, let's be real. The Venn diagram of people that like Stationeers and also like trains, it's a pretty tight circle, I think. You know, I don't wanna make any outlandish claims, but I feel pretty safe in that. Wait a second. What? Uh, where's the double? Is it called something else? Did I just? I mean, I'll probably use more doors later, but is it called a different? Airlock wide. That's what it is. Dang. Well, but you said rails. I did say rails. I did say rails. Oh, there are the steel sheets I wanted. Yeah, the robot arms are on rails. So, I mean, I guess it's like a model train if you think about it. Airlock. Nope. Okay, where do I build this airlock? Kit airlock. In the height? Yeah, okay. Airlock. I need a steel from here. Oop, oop, okay. Let's just... okay. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. Well, I wanted steel. This actually, it's not terrible that it happened that way. That way I can kind of split it up between the two. Did it need anything else? Nope. Larv. Yeah. Rock and Stone. Dude, speaking of Rock and Stone, if you guys ever want to play Deep Rock Galactic, you let me know. The game is pretty fun. I think that Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is... didn't they say that they wanted to add a multiplayer update? Because I think I like Survivor better than Deep Rock Galactic. I don't know if that makes me a heathen or not, but I personally think that Survivor is a lot of fun. I was playing that last night actually, before going to bed. DRG 24-hour stream when, bro. That's a great question. No, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to last for a 24-hour stream. I honestly struggle with some of these streams sometimes. All right, let's do it. Although I guess it is just something you get better at with practice. But yeah, 24 hours, man. Oh, steel sheets. I recently, I was a guest on another person's 24-hour stream, and I was there for a bit. But when I got tired, I was like, all right, man, see ya, have fun, wishing you the best of luck. And when I hopped back on the next day, man, he was just toast. Like, he was done. And he was playing Factorio, and so it's like that game you kind of need your brain to be alive. And yeah, so after that I was like, I do not envy the 24-hour streams. Hey, good news. I accidentally printed those two doors, but I need an airlock anyway. So it ended up working out. So let's set up probably the glass door because less likely to hit my head on it. And then this one, we'll just do glass door as well. Why? Oh, it's because of this. It's facing the wrong way. Okay. Oh, it can't be. I can't do a corner? I don't know if I knew that. You can't do a corner. Deep Rock hits my ADHD brain in all the wrong ways with the Scout grappling hook. The amount of times I've died because I can't control the urge to go fast. I mean, honestly, that's such a real response for sure. Yeah, that's kind of why I think Survivor I drive with more because it's easier to navigate. I think that you kind of hit on a point there. Okay, well since I'm not doing the airlock down here, maybe what I'll do is move these stairs over one. So like this. And we'll put the railing on the side. And then yeah, like that. Give ourselves a little bit more room. And then I think, let me go around the side just to make sure I'm not making a mistake here. But I think that the other side is not helping the greenhouse be pressurized. Excuse me. And so Survivor is so much fun on the Stream Deck. Yeah, I bet I actually don't have a Stream Deck, or excuse me, Steam Deck, but I do want to get one. I also want to get the Steam machine or whatever. What do they call it? What's the new Steam thing where it's like it's you get your Steam library but on your TV? Yeah, this is the floor to my airlock. But actually, because I have okay, let me make sure that my airlock is closed. It is. All right, I'm going to get rid of that that guy, and we will see if my airlock is still good. I think it will be. Top-down row like of DRG. Yeah. Yeah. It's and they recently came out with the 1.0 and so I haven't played all of the like new missions. I saw in like the patch notes or the like announcement for it, a mission where you're escorting this huge drilling thing that looks super rad. So I definitely want to give it a go. Okay, so there's that. And I guess I can just set up a wall here as well. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so there's that door. This cable might cause me problems trying to place this other door down. Yep.
Hydration critical.
Yep. All right, well, I'm not using it right now, so I can probably just move it over one. All right, let's put the door back. There we go. All right, now let's get our airlock set up, and I'll bring this pipe, oh, excuse me, not pipe, this cable back downstairs for our jetpack refill, and that will also be helpful for making this airlock work. Welding torch and plastic sheet. Same with this one, and then crowbar and glass. Sweet. And then how does this deal with the stairs? It is perfectly accessible. All right, let's go drink some more water. I will say that is probably the only part of the Stationeers difficulty that I am not really into. Okay, it's hot in here now. It doesn't. This might be a problem.
Temperature high.
Yeah, it's a problem. Losing health. Anyway, what I was saying is the Stationeers difficulty, that's the one thing that I'm not super pumped about is it's not like the water and stuff is difficult to do. Like once you have that system set up, it's not an issue, because it's just like crushing ice and then you're good. That's impressively hot to be living in. Yeah, I know. I'm going to pressurize the location downstairs in just a sec. That's why I haven't made like a radiator or anything. I just got to do one last thing.
Temperature high. Airtag critical.
All right, we're just gonna start with that, and then we're not gonna deal with it. All right. Goodness. Come on, brain. Okay, what I was saying, Stationeers difficulty. The frequency with which you need to drink water and the difficulty of the system to get you water makes it almost like not worth it to play on this difficulty. Like, honestly, as far as like difficulty curve is concerned, I think the brutal start, like your difficulty level should be at based off of how many systems you have or like how many things you have when you drop, rather than how frequently you have to eat. And like I think some of the other things with difficulty in the game is like, isn't it like battery and like the amount of oxygen and stuff that you use? I think all that is fine. Because like, you know, you can just have backup tanks, you can have all these other, like you can improve the system, but because you can't really, aside from making better food, which like makes it so you can go, instead of 100%, you can go to like 150% hydration. I think just the frequency at which you have to just constantly babysit your character with regards to that specific thing is probably one of the negative feelings about the game design. Other than that, like I think a lot of this is like so cool. Even the stuff that I don't fully understand, I think is just super awesome. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that feels that way. Like I saw Cows Are Evil was talking about something similar. What's the respawn system like? when you respawn, you start with, it's not nothing, but next to nothing. You have a, let's see, let me do this. When you respawn, you have a different like limited suit. I think it's called like a emergency. Yeah. So you have emergency tools and emergency stuff. And it's like all of it is way worse than the normal stuff that you start the game with. Like if you have the normal screwdriver, it goes at a certain speed. If you have the emergency screwdriver, it's way slower. And your let's see, emergency EVA suit. I think you have like a smaller battery. Your tanks are not fully filled or something else like that. So it's like it makes sure that you can still play the game, but the first thing that you want to do if you die and have to respawn is get rid of your emergency stuff. All right, let's get our welder out here and our steel sheets. Weld that up. Oh, that's an iron. That's an iron frame, not a steel frame. That's funny. It's from the drop. That's an early construction there. Okay, we have the makings of our airlock here. Yeah, even the lower difficulty has a fairly challenging food and drink requirement. It just seems like busy work instead of actual challenge. I think the I think the intent of the higher thirst value is to make you rush to make a base, but after that, it makes no sense. Yeah, I think that's I would agree with that. But I will say, like, with the with like the brutal start and stuff like that, which is a far more which has far more impact on the level of difficulty. The thing that you're concerned about, because you start the game with like tons of water bottles and tons of cereal bars. The concern at the beginning of the game when you do brutal start is you don't start with a oxygen refill tank. So the first thing that you're trying to do is figure out how to refill your oxygen tank. And that's what you're rushing for. And I think that is a good game design mechanic in wanting you to get your base going. All right, let's get ourselves some vents. I'm wondering what I need to do a powered vent, or what is. Yeah, we have Electrum and stuff, because it'll be faster if I use powered vents rather than the other stuff. Electrum, and what else was it? Powered vent and Invar. All right, let's build 2 of these. Active vent. The powered vent is like the big brother of the active vent. It's bigger and it'll pull more air, and so because this is like a 2x1 instead of a 1x1, it can sometimes be a little bit more annoying to do the thing. So active vents are where it's at. See, bigger. So we will have this one be the one that pumps to exterior. And then we will have this one be the one that pumps to interior. Because it'll just go. Uh, the OCD in me wants to make it so they kind of line up, but it doesn't make sense to do it that way. It makes sense to have the pipe output be to where it's going to be going. Wait. We can have both. We can have both. Dang it. I'm out of battery power here. Because I can do like this and like this. And then I'll have that one just go up and out easy. And then this one will just come over and right here. Perfect. All right, so let's get some more pipes going. And I'll probably put a few more passive vents than just the one, so that way it's faster. Thankfully, there are food and drink mods that make it less annoying. Yeah, it's not like I'm playing a non-modded playthrough. Like these curved pieces are definitely mods. I always wrestle with the concept of like, I don't know. In my own playthroughs, I will mod the crap out of games. I will just till you can't even recognize it, which is kind of what I did for the Zomboid playthrough. There were so many mods in that. But when I'm kind of trying to do like a challenge playthrough, I kind of try to put a soft limit on myself for that kind of stuff. I guess going through the door is not a great option because if it's on the sides, okay, guess we're doing this. I can hide it behind a wall once we get this set up. But yeah, I try to put like a soft limit on myself so that way it's like I shouldn't add anything that's gonna like reduce the level of difficulty of the game, because if you're claiming to do a challenge and then you add a bunch of things that are like reduce the challenge, I guess, I don't know. It feels like you're misleading people, and that's not what I want to do. So even though I do not enjoy the frequency with which I have to constantly go back and drink the water, we will make do. They cannot be centered, so my OCD declares them unstable. Yes. Yes, that is... I feel so seen. Yeah. Alright, let's get some passive vents. I think I had some... Nope, I'm wrong. I used them for something. We are running out of iron. I think I have used the iron from most of these. Yep, I'm basically out. So that's it. We're gonna have to go mining. That wire over the stairs is a tripping hazard. Yes, it definitely is. Once the workshop is up and running, because this used to just be flat, but then I thought it would be cool to have this staircase go down. Once the workshop is good. Yeah, I'm just gonna take all of these and we're gonna bring it downstairs. And then I might turn this into like a room and have it be something else. So here's the issue. No longer an issue. Not concerned about it. The heat in this room is a problem, but I'm not going to address it because I'm literally about to leave, go get the stuff necessary to make the other spot livable. So I am just gonna have to suck it up and burn my lungs a little bit, you know? What's a little bit of burning lungs between friends? I need my ore scanner. Take out the configuration, and then I also want the tracker. Let's replace the battery before I forget. Why did this get turned off? Alright, I got more batteries out there, so just leave that open. How are we doing on my mining drill? We're good. Okay, so there's that. Got my backpacks. Let's put this in there, keep this with us. And now let's drink some water and eat some food, and then we'll get going. And I think I still have enough oxygen. Because it's hot, I think we're going through it faster because it's filling up the waste tank. Not good.
Temperature high.
Yep. All right, we drank water. We ate food. And let's just, for the sake of argument, fill that up a little bit more, and then let's close the helmet, lock it, and make sure that we have battery for our light and our tablet and our, I think I already checked the drill, so we're good. Just use the passive cooling with convective radiators. Yes, that is a good point, but I am already juggling too many things in my brain right this current second, so that will have to be something for our next base. All right. Let's swap to our mining belt and swap to our mining backpack. And let's get going. And one of my favorite things that I actually learned from watching what's it? Largely Unemployed, I think is his channel. Watching Largely Unemployed, I didn't know the power of these flare guns. I'm going away from my base because I don't want it to affect my crop growth. But you can launch a flare, and if you color the flare, these are usually red, but if you color them yellow, then they look like this, and it's nicer. And it makes going around mining a lot easier. Speaking of making things a lot easier, let's open up my thing and get the tablet, because my tablet has it's the poor man's version of the those cool glasses that you can like fully Minecraft cheat see through the ground, but it is helpful. So iron is like this purpley color. like that. Yep, and you can make them white as well. I just chose not to because I'm weird, I guess. I don't eat where the plants are because that room is entirely carbon dioxide. So I would start choking. I love the heavy drill. It's like as soon as I get the like Invar, Constantin, and like those like mid-game alloy, that's the first thing I get is a heavy mining drill. It's the bee's knees, man. I guess I'll get some more coal if it's available, since we use that to make steel. And we're here, so might as well. Plus I have a full second backpack to fill up, so. And the belt. I feel like mining in this game needs more automation. They need something between this and Space Engineers. They actually do have mining automation. It just is it takes a bit to get into, but you can do let's see. It's drill. I think it's like these deep miners. So you set this up, and it will like just kind of plunge down into the ground, and it will just passively get you all this ore, and then but it comes out in this like sludge, and then you have to put it in a centrifuge, and then it will like separate the minerals into usable ores, and then you smelt those into ingots. So you actually fully can 100% automate mining, and you're kind of set. But it like anything in this game, getting the deep miner is not difficult. Getting the centrifuge is not super difficult, but getting it fully automated without you having to touch anything does get into a little bit complicated nature. And then yeah, but that at that point you're like killing it. You're kind of just you're doing whatever stuff for fun. I mean, the whole game is fun, but like you're no longer trying to survive when you have fully programmed like systems to where the deep miner pulls up the ore, puts it in the centrifuge, and then sorts it into its silos, and then out of the silos it goes into the furnace, and the furnace automatically knows based off the input what temperature and pressure it needs to be to smelt it into the ingots that then get brought into your printers. Like that is something that could be done. It's a lot. There's a sorter you can control with computer terminal, no MIPS required. That is good. I actually like am I nervous when it comes to MIPS? Absolutely. Because it's magic to me. But do I want to get into it? Yes. I want to get into it and not think it's magic anymore, and because like what you can do with it is awesome. It just that learning curve at the beginning it's a learning cliff. But once you understand it, like the game really becomes something else. Like you have so much access and so much freedom to build. It's like understanding microcontrollers in Stormworks. I know I keep bringing that up, and I don't know how many people actually play that game, but it's like it's scary on the surface, but once you understand like the concepts and you can start making your own stuff rather than just like downloading stuff from the workshop that other people have made, which there's no problem in that. Like I mean that's a great way to learn too, but even if like you're playing a game, you do whatever you want, whatever makes you happy. But for me, like the part of these games that I really enjoy is feeling like I'm learning something and becoming proficient at things. And so I, as much as it scares me, I do want to get into MIPS is the long short of my response to that. Hey, we got a lot of iron now. I'm actually just going to keep going because we will never not need more iron, whether it's in the format of steel or other things. It is like we will always be needing more. And let's swap out for the other backpack. All right. I got mostly iron in the other backpack, which is what I want. I should probably, I think I saw nickel and I didn't grab it. I should grab that because 2 of the higher tier alloy uses nickel. Grabbing oxide because that's helpful. The best part to me is that if you're bored, there is a surprisingly accurate deconstruction calculation for enjoyable explosions and fire. And now there are water physics as well, so you can have your hydroponics spark a fire. Yeah. Not what if it's controlled, amazing. If it's most often for me an accident, less amazing. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, that's a good amount for us right now. Because I can use like 100 for in Constantin and then 100 for Invar, and then plus the other, like I think it's copper and iron, and so we'll get 200 grams out of that. And I feel like I haven't even really scratched the surface of the stuff that I already made, so I think we're doing good on nickel. And just for the sake of checking, let's organize these a little bit. So let's put the nitrice in there. So it seems like I can grab more iron and more copper. So forgot my question. Hydroneer is not for you. Hydroneer which one is Hydroneer? Is that the one where you are like mining I feel like I've played that one. I feel like I have played Hydroneer, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, and yeah, I had fun with that one too. One thing I didn't grab while I've been out is gold. I see some gold over there. Here's some more coal. Oh, I already grabbed the coal that I needed. Whoops. That's fine. We can just throw that in my backup coal generator. If we ever run out or like run low on power, I can just throw coal into that coal generator. Because those things, like, I know that you can make better coal, like coal 2, in your furnace, and then it burns for a lot longer. But the coal powered generator it's so helpful. I know like I've seen some people like trash on it because it uses a resource that is better used in other places. But I'll tell you what, man, especially on that brutal start, having something that will let you survive the night is nice. And I know that wind like turbines exist in the game, but I don't know. I feel like until you get either a storm and you have a bunch of wind turbines, or you have like the mid-tier wind turbines that are quite a bit larger, they just do not produce enough power to compensate. So that coal generator is real nice, and it'll charge a base battery pretty quickly too. What do you think of Vintage Story? I love Vintage Story. I think Vintage Story is everything that I wished Minecraft was. And that's coming from somebody who, like, I've probably spent more hours in Minecraft in my childhood than any other like 3 games combined. Like that's every game that I play now stems from when I was a boy playing Minecraft. And so Vintage Story, it's like I got to experience that joy from childhood again. Okay, it is nighttime, and I have a good amount of stuff now, so I'm heading back. And we have a tracker, so I know I didn't turn the beacon on. Oh, gosh. I didn't turn the beacon on. No. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. I wasn't even paying attention to where I was going because I was so confident about the tracker. Oh, boy. Okay. So I generally know the layout of the terrain around here. And I don't think we really went that far. So we're going this way. And fortunately, my base has lights on it, so when we get relatively close, we will see it. Yeah. Come on. Hey, what'd I tell ya? Locked in. I know exactly where the base is. That totally wasn't luck. Okay, let's smelt some stuff. Starting with iron. because doing the iron means that I can set up that passive radiator that people were telling me to do earlier. So let's close this. Let's grab half of those. And let's grab like, oh, it's like 7 of those.
Waste tank caution.
Sweet. All right, let's do iron. Okay, let's put this iron. Oop. Hold on. Let's put this iron in here. Let's get some vents. Okay. And let's get some pipes. I think I used all of my other ones. And then we'll get some radiators, and then we'll just let the system cool down. Because that's what responsible people do. They don't drink water in a boiling room. Sounds like a John Mayer song. Pipe radiator. Okay. Let's, I think I'm just going to hop on the roof and do this. I don't have my jetpack equipped. Alright, let's have it go like that. Super ugly. I hate it, but it's what we need. It's not the cooling system we want, it's the cooling system we deserve. Or however that goes. Where? Oh, there it is. Passive cooling. It would probably be more helpful if I had an active vent on there. Let's steal this active vent while we're inside.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Working on it. Working on it. Sweet. And let's get some of this in there. We're gonna go super ugly. You ready for this? Just cables all Willis Nillis over here. Okay, this is going set inward, turn on. Come on, cool down. Alright, what do you think about my story? I hope the paper with my coordinates on my notebook. Planet Crafter, what a nice game. Planet Crafter is a cool game. Let's just say these are temporary. They are temporary. These are the most temporary. I mean, this whole building is temporary. I'm so close to just ripping the whole thing down, but I need to be able to eat and drink. So that's why we're doing this. We are. Also, I probably let this cascade out of normal bounds because it's in Celsius and I am an American, which means I don't know how many football fields of heat that is, and so I can't mentally put myself in that room. Where's Rick? Rick could tell me. We've had a laugh about this before, specifically.
Waste tank critical.
Uh-huh. I think I just heated up the room with that waste tank. This is set to outward, inward. Let's pull the... I'm pretty sure I have... No. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. What is happening? Let's get my... What is this? Atmo analyzer. I hate that noise. Because that noise is always... Oh, I need to turn this on. That noise is always followed by explosions. Okay, so let's get this back. We don't have any pollutant in here. We're good. Okay. Turn that off. Turn that off. Things are cooling down, but very slowly. Uh, 25 degrees C is good. 0 is freezing. 50 C is the hottest place on Earth. Hot. Amazing. Celsius is 2x plus 30. Okay, I will say having 0 be when water freezes, 100 when water boils is great. However, I will say that when it comes to trying to do like room temperature, Fahrenheit is superior when it comes to room temperature because the degree of difference between like 21 and like 22 degrees Celsius is several degrees Fahrenheit. And when you're in a room that is 68 versus a room that is 72, you can tell the difference. So I think Fahrenheit in nuanced temperature, that might be the only place in which the US measuring systems can possibly claim superiority. In every other way, it kind of sucks. just convert burger per eagle span into unfreedom units. What an amazing sentence. Thank you. You get it. Burger per eagle. Yes, that is the best. That's why we usually have a decimal digit after Celsius. Gives you even more nuance. I guess that is a good point. All right, it is cooling down. We have eaten. We have drinketh. We are. I guess I should. You know what else would help with cooling this place down? If I drop some ice in here. We are kind of high on the pressure, but not terribly high. We can use this to get additional pressure and additional oxygen, which I will put into my O2 tank.
Air tank critical.
Which I can't do much with yet because I stole the active vent. Whoops. It's fine. I mean, it's not great, but I at least can go make a second active vent here. Why don't I do that while this is cooling down? And I can also fix this, which has been annoying me, and I now have the cables to deal with. Pretty sure I actually need this like that as well. Alright, let's go get an active vent. Express everything in integers. Imperial units are best used for small sample sizes. Feet and inches are good for the average usage, just like temperatures. Celsius fails in space as water changes its freezing point based on its pressure. I don't know if the people who were saying we should use Fahrenheit, I mean, honestly, I'm about to say something that I have not researched even in a little bit, so I could be very wrong. But my assumption here is that the people who made Fahrenheit were before they were like, space changes the pressure. But then again, pressurized environments and boiling points, you don't have to be in space for that. So maybe Fahrenheit came after pressurized changing of boiling points. Who's to say? Probably Google. What was I doing? Making an active vent so I could fill up my oxygen tank. And I would actually... I'm kind of getting to the point where I have to wrap up stream because it is getting close to 6 over here. So I probably won't be able to fully pressurize the new base right now. But what I would like to do is give myself maybe a smart canister, and I think those can have more stuff in them, and also they have a cool little digital display on the front that tells you how full it is. So for people like me who struggle with knowing when things are going to explode. Right, let's see. Smart canister. I actually don't remember seeing the high volume gas canister. I can do 25. Oh. Well, that would suck everything out of the room. No, yeah. 20 kPa. So that will be pretty nice. And it's got the digital display. And I forgot immediately that I was trying to make an active vent. Vent. I just glanced over at the chat and saw something about 9mm. Give me 1 sec. Alright. What? Yet every American knows what a 9mm is. You got us there, man. You got us there. That is true. Alright, let's take this out. I have white spray paint. Let's spray paint it white so I know that this is for oxygen. Alright, and then let's set this to inward and turn this on and turn this on. The question is it just going to suck all of the oxygen right out of this room, and I'm going to... Oh, I have my helmet closed anyway, but that would be kind of funny. is my... Sure enough, we are mostly CO2 now. But this should last us quite a bit longer. So when it gets to, I'm at the point where I'm trying to pressurize that other zone, so I can just get a bunch of oxite, bring it in there, and we'll be good. All right. Nope. Oh, son of a. This is gonna explode. Get on out of here, buddy. Alright, let's turn this off as well. Did we see the explosion? Just don't put your other tank in that filler. I wonder why. Well, I didn't like that tank anyway. Oh, yeah, I guess I could have opened it. I freaked out, man. That's literally how I died last time. So, I wasn't messing around. Okay. I am going to turn that guy off. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at kind of what we've been doing, because I'm wrapping up here. So I'm wondering, should I just leave this on so I don't have to? I'm just gonna leave that on. I can't imagine the power draw of that is gonna be more than what these guys can handle, as long as I leave everything else off. Okay. Today well, let's just go downstairs. We went mining, got tons of stuff that I'm going to have to smelt. I'll probably smelt it off camera, so that way you guys don't have to watch me deal with pressures and stuff. I do need to finish up this airlock in here, but it's pretty simple. It's just another advanced airlock like the one that we have there and over there. We're just using bigger vents. Coming down in here, do need to weld those up. This is going to be our new workshop. I will probably segment this into like a couple different rooms. Like I don't want to just see these pipe networks, and I'll probably start wanting to do other tanks. Like I'll have an oxygen tank, I'll have a nitrogen tank, I'll have a CO2 tank, stuff like that. I want to start building a garage, but we built all these walls and these doors and all the fun stuff. Let's check the to-do list before we head off. Let me go to my uniform, turn this off. Okay, let's open this up. So, set up air filtration in the greenhouse. Didn't do that. Didn't do the advanced furnace. I did build. Why don't we just we did do base building, which is nice. We haven't really worked on the storage yet, but that's now that we have mining. Now that we have gone mining, we have the stuff to be able to do that pretty quickly. So. Yeah. Check exploded take. You know what? I will do that right now. Let's see if it did leave a crater. Check the exploded tank crater. Are you going to build a walk-in freezer? Yeah, I'd like to build a walk-in freezer. It's definitely not super high on the priority list. Was that? Did I mine there, or is that? I don't remember that hole. Or wait, no. I think. I don't. I don't know which one it was, but it was probably one of those two. I can't imagine. Oh wait. So this doesn't have any ore in it, and it is almost perfectly circular. I think this is where it exploded. That's a lot of damage. I am very glad that I was able to send that flying. I guess I like somebody suggested I probably could have just opened it, but yeah, yeah. Well, so, yeah. Let's check that off the to-do list as well. Let's check the what do we say? Check exploded tank crater. Done. You know what? And because I'm exploded. Oh, that changed all of it. Well, that's lame. That's fine. Cool. Well, thank you everybody for stopping by today. I plan on playing some more tomorrow. What I'm trying to do now is do Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. That's at least the tentative schedule. Um, but things are always subject to change. But I know that tomorrow isn't going to change. So same time tomorrow, 2 to 6. We will see you there. Thanks everybody for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Catch you later.